Oops.
You go ahead and do your thing. I'm ready to jump right into the talk, but you go ahead.
Is that where you want to go?
No.
Y'all are going to have to endure this. I can do it slow or I can do it fast. Y'all complain when I do it too fast.
I want you to hurry up because I got things to talk about.
Do you have any other?
Welcome to Lift Heavy
What do you got to talk about?
Run Long Podcast, episode number 170. You can find us at www.liftheavyrunlong.com, on Twitter and Instagram at LiftRunLong. Also, feel free to email me directly at the address wilson@liftheavyrunlong.com. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel and leave us a 5-star review on iTunes. If you're not a member of our Facebook group, you should be because we want you to be there. Search for Lift Heavy Run Long Community and request to join right now. My name is Wilson Horrell. I am one of your hosts. I'd like to remind you that the Lift Heavy Run Long podcast is not censored, so listen at your own risk. Lift Heavy Run Long has an app. We want you to be on it. For $3.99, you can be part of that app. And with that, you will have access to the greatest endurance trainer in the world, Ms. Valerie Hunt of Run RX. And she will deliver to your calendar 3 times a week, 3 bodyweight exercises, 4 daily WODs, and 4 barbell strength exercises. For $9.99 per week, you can have access to all the programs that Lift Heavy Run Long has to offer. Everything from 5K programs to 100-mile programs to Spartan races to triathlons. The goal of Lift Heavy Run Long is to bring fitness to as many people as possible, as inexpensively as possible. So if you or someone you know does not have $3.99 per month, but you think that fitness would enhance the quality of your life or their life, email me at wilson@liftheavyrunlong.com. We'll be more than happy to add you to the app free of charge. Go to www.liftheavyrunlong.com, click sign up now, read up on the programs, pick one you like, enter your email address, and you will get a free week of the program.
I am currently doing the 50K running.
That you are the 13-week program.
I am, yes, and I
13
love it.
weeks, still more.
That's right.
Do you guys have
Well,
a
12
50
now. What's that?
Do you have a 50 miler?
We do. We have all
Put
the.
that
we have
microphone
all
up
the
to your
distances.
mouth. I can't hear you.
Is that better?
And now
All
Ben,
the way.
now Ben-
All
Ben
the way.
did
There
that.
you go.
Yeah,
better?
now we're in business.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah. We have all the distances from
Awesome.
all the way to whatever you want to do.
I'm doing Big Buffalo 50, so I was going to.
There you go.
Get in on
We'll
that.
get you a plan.
I have sitting next to my right the amazing, the attractive, the phenomenal Dr. Amanda Kimsey Horrell, Jack the Tan.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm good. What's new?
Not much. Just working.
She's wearing a pharmacy shirt and she's in scrubs.
Yeah, just gotta
She's
work.
the epitome of
She's
Dr.
pharmacying.
Jack the Tan.
Yep.
To her right, we have our friend Peter Mellen, who is our guest on the show. How are you, Peter?
Doing well, sir. How are you?
Thanks for coming out here.
Thank
Just
you.
want to point out that Peter shows up, I get kicked back off the couch.
Oh, exactly. Sorry.
I got invited to the couch for 1 week, and then I get kicked off.
You'll
'cause
be
we have
back.
a guest.
Yeah, you'll be back next week, Brian.
It's temporary. We want you to appreciate you being on the couch, and the way to do that is to put you on there.
We
and
have
take
to-
you off.
Keeping me humble.
We have to humble you.
I get it.
We'll build you back up next
get
week.
it.
Yep. It's a process.
They
We've
just
talked
dangle the
about
couch out in front of you.
it. Yep. And thank you, Peter, for not getting shot by our neighbor
Yes.
who came and almost attacked you.
Yes, almost. Out of breath.
Just dying to shoot anybody or anything. I would think that you're a lucky man. He went that way.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was like,
that
they're
neighbor.
nice. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, not that
He
way.
was not so nice.
Yeah. They're good people, but
Oops.
they will shoot whatever. The Reverend.
Well, they're out here in the middle of nowhere. I mean, they can pretty much shoot whoever they want.
They make that clear.
Nobody's ever going to know.
Yep.
We could have lost.
We have plenty of land to hide the body.
Anyway, here I am.
Are you doing
In
well?
the flesh. I'm doing fantastic. Thank you.
Training going good?
Very good.
Sounds like it is.
What? Starting week 2 right now.
Life going good?
Yeah. Very
Anything new or exciting that
good.
you'd like to
Anything
speak
new or exciting? Wow.
He went roller skating.
on? Oh, yeah.
I did go roller skating. It comes back to you, you know. It's like riding a bike. if you did it before,
All skate.
you know how to do it.
Couples only.
And you know, the only regret that I have is I got my son Jackson to go up to the DJ booth and request Bon Jovi "Living on a Prayer."
Oh my God!
And they never played it.
They didn't.
No,
No, they played it right after you left.
no, we rented the place out.
No. The guy was like, go tell your dad. No.
Bond who?
I was ready to do some speed skating. I was going to do some jamming.
So
Oh well.
Thursday night.
Did y'all do the limbo? I gotta know.
No, we didn't. No, I was the only person out there skating aside from the kids, and they were all using those little walker things.
So they could hold their iPads while they skated.
Right. So they could play Fortnite while they roller skate.
We have sitting behind the camera. Everybody knows you by now. Y'all
hope
remember? Y'all remember Big Thirsty Brian Swanson, the guy that was on the couch last
He used
week?
to sit on the couch.
He's now back
He's
behind the
been booted.
camera, and you know it. The same for you is for the viewers. We give them a little taste of Thirsty, and then we pull you away, and then next week we'll
I
put you back.
appreciate
It's
that.
like a bad relationship.
It's like
I
Survivor.
appreciate that.
If we have you on every week, people would just get overloaded. It would be like the only podcast they could listen to. So we have to take you off so that they can listen to other podcasts.
We're doing it for the benefit of the other podcasts
Yeah.
of the world.
Right.
I understand.
Right.
Big Thirsty,
I
how are you?
appreciate that. I'm well. So many things. First off, you're looking very fly for a white guy today.
Thank you very much.
But I love that you're kicking it with the Adidas shoes, even though you're dressed up.
Got to keep them legit.
Second thing, Thursday night had a party for the Give Camp event that I helped created and such, and Vaughn showed up.
I did.
And had a great time, and it was funny because I walked up to him probably 15 or 20 minutes into the party, and I said, you are not allowed to leave here until you come and tell me about two people that you didn't know prior to this event that you have talked to and learned something about. And he looks around and he's like, well, I pretty much know everybody in the room. And then a guy walks up and he's like, well, you don't know me. So it was a good time. But I think you had a good time, right?
I had a fantastic time.
Even talking to people that you already
Even
knew,
talking
but that's
to people
fine. That's fine.
I talked to a few people that I didn't know before. You know,
Is that hard for you?
yeah. We had beers though, so that makes it a little easier.
Yeah, a lot easier.
Liquid Courage.
Right.
And when is the actual event?
February 28th through March 1st.
That was a super legit promo that was put
That video?
put together.
Oh, man,
Yeah,
I'm
that was really good.
so happy. I mean, it was
Is that a
professionally
company
done.
or just? Oh, okay.
No, that was very, like, we had a professional videographer who does stuff for, like, national ad campaigns, take the video, and...
Don't say his name or anything.
Well, I'm not sure that I'm allowed to mention who it is.
Oh, really?
At this point.
Okay.
And then, if they see the video, they should see the shout out to
Okay.
them. Anyways, and then a professional editor actually edited the video and put it together for us. So, I mean, like, still gives me chill bumps when I see it. Like, and actually at the Thursday night party when we previewed it to the group, I actually got a little teary eyed because I'm so, like, of all the things I'm proud of in my life, like, helping make Give Camp happen in Memphis in 2011 is by far the thing that I'm most proud of because of where it is today and how far it's gone, and it just continues to get better and better without my direction. So many people, the Reverend included, want to give me shout outs and say, you know, great job organizing this, you know, party or whatever, and it's like, dude, I just showed up. It's kind of like this podcast. I'm just the talent. I show up
And things happen.
and things happen,
Right.
and then I leave, and more
And it
things
all falls
happen.
You just put your name on it, and that's all it is.
And I mean, I'm blessed to know so many smart and creative and talented people that.
All thanks.
What's that?
I said all thanks.
Yeah, well, I mean, you are included in that group, whether you're joking or not. But I don't have to do much. I just basically set the vision and shit happens, and it's awesome.
I'm more fired up about Give Camp in February than I am Sylamore in February.
I know you had a good experience last year. That's cool.
God, it's so much fun.
Awesome.
Anyways,
Tell us about Crystal's One More 24.
Man, what
24-hour run. Was
what
it
a
awesome?
phenomenal weekend. So I went up to Springfield, Missouri this past weekend to the Pat Jones YMCA for the One More 24 sober run, 24-hour race. This was the inaugural year for it. Crystal and Melissa did a great job putting things together. And I think if the weather had cooperated a little bit better, they would have had probably twice, if not 4 times, the turnout that they did. But they still had a really good turnout.
Good.
What's a good turnout? How many people you think were there?
I think over the course of the 24 hours, there were probably somewhere in the range of 40 to 50 runners.
Oh, wow. That's great.
Maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit. Maybe it's closer to 30, but still,
That's great. Yeah.
I still think it was a phenomenal weekend. There were some serious runners. There were some casual people that just wanted to support the event. They got some people from the One More 24 group, some people that are somewhere in their road to recovery, that are still being helped by One More 24, actually came out and helped with registration, helped with the aid stations, did that kind of stuff. So it was awesome to see them out there, but also have them encouraging us, we really appreciate you guys being out here and running and supporting, this thing that is helping us and that kind of thing. So it was a great event. I mean, it was colder than a witch's tit, but it was.
I think you ran a mile, didn't you?
I saw where you ran a mile.
I ran a little bit more than that. I did the mile and then posted that to our Slack group. Just
It was like a 19-minute mile.
Yeah, it was a slow walk.
I'm down with that.
The course. So if you can imagine, out in front of the Y, there's this big bowl that is a couple of soccer fields, and it's the edge of the bowl that is the trail, and it was 0.48 miles. Was one lap. So.
It was probably a half-mile trail, and then you went out there and you're like,
No.
to let you know, it's actually 0.48. So
anybody that says they
anybody
did
that was going to
100
get
miles.
sober and feel good about themselves, you didn't really run a mile.
Melissa Bland pointed out before anybody that it was a 0.48 mile loop, and I only confirmed that it was a 0.48 mile loop. I'm sure the Y intended it to be a half-mile loop, but I did not have to be the dream crusher and let everybody know. And so it was kind of cool, super laid back. We show up to Tour de Spree, and that starts at 3 p.m. on a Friday, and they're pretty much people are towing the line at 2:59. And I'm sure, they're doing announcements or whatever, and then it's ready, set, go, and off you go, right? Well, it's somebody looks down, and it's this was supposed to start at 8 a.m., and it's 8:03, and it's oh, I guess we should say something, and then everybody can go. So it was super casual in that regard. They didn't have timing mats, so it was definitely an honor system situation of, you either have a watch that you're going to record it, or if you don't have a watch, they gave out a gold star for every lap. So you could just put those onto your race bib or whatever.
You know what? I love stuff like that because in 10 years, she'll be telling a story about how we didn't even have a timer. We were giving out gold stars for people coming around.
Exactly.
And now we've got start to finish out here doing chip timing, and we're giving out trophies and all this kind of stuff,
Well, and so, anyways, it was...
and that embodies trail running anyway, just who really gives a shit.
Yeah, exactly. And
well, I'm just saying it will grow to be this thing, and you'll remember when you were there.
Yeah, I remember when in that inaugural year that it was kind of low-key. But what else was I going to say? It was cold. I don't think Crystal slept. I left a couple times and definitely went and slept. But I did the first mile and then sat down for 3 hours and then walked 2 more miles and then sat down for a few hours and then they shut down. They had an aid station at the exact opposite. They had an aid station at the exact opposite corner of where the start finish line was. So it was cool that they had it, but it was very unnecessary because it's only a half-mile loop, and at any point you're, worst case, a quarter of a mile from all the things. So they shut that down. Well, then when they shut that down, they just like brought the tent, but like left all the water and stuff out there. So then a couple of us decided that we were going to sprint a quarter mile to where the water was, and then, you know, throw a case of water up on our shoulder and walk it back. And I tried on 3 different occasions to carry 2 cases, and the second case made it about 1/10 of a mile, I think, at the longest time, and then I put it down, but we eventually got all the water back there.
And I'm assuming while you were doing this, you'd let everyone know that you were capable of doing it because you do CrossFit.
No, everybody just assumed because I was wearing my LHRL hoodie that like this is just the life I lead,
Right.
and they were.
You didn't have to say, I do CrossFit, I do CrossFit.
A couple of people were shamed into doing it. They were like, you know, I don't lift heavy or run long, but I feel obligated to carry one of these cases of water back. And I was like, you know, whatever you got to do to try and be on my level.
You do that. You do that. You encourage people to carry more water.
Carry the weight of the world on their shoulders.
A lot of people carry your water for you.
You can't hold Thirsty's water.
The longest distance, one woman ran 100K, and I'm going to say like 10 hours.
That's like almost 60 miles.
She's the kind of person that when... I'm sorry, what?
I said that's almost 60 miles.
It's 62 miles.
Did you counted her stars?
No, I didn't.
Okay, good.
I totally took it on the faith system that she didn't lie about it. But the funny thing is after 10 hours and her doing 100K, she's like, I'm a little sore. I got a little bit chafing. I'm going home. Like, not like, oh my God, I can't walk another step. It's just like, I'm bored. This isn't fun anymore. I'm going to leave. And she was definitively the longest distance out there. And I say definitively. There were several, I'm going to say 4 to 6 people that did 50 miles out there. A couple people did their first 50-miler out there.
Cool.
Which was amazing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. A couple people did 50Ks, and a lot of people, you know, just showed up and kind of did like, oh, I've got a 20-mile long run this weekend, so I'm going to do it out here, you know, on this course. So it was a good weekend.
That's awesome.
Good.
Katie and I got up at 7 a.m. on Sunday morning. So the race finished at 8 a.m. Sunday morning. We got up and got to the race and ran a 5K Sunday morning and finished like at 7:59.
You did. You ran a 5K at the...
On the course, yeah.
Okay. I thought you meant you participated in
No.
found another event. And I was like, wow, that's... Okay.
No.
Go get them.
No, we just decided that's how we were going to finish out the race, was we were going to get out there. Because Katie did most of the loops that I did with me. You know, we just kind of walked them or, you know, fast jogged them or whatever, or fast walked them. But we decided to do that. But anyways.
I think I broke our treadmill.
No way.
Yeah. Amanda was on it the other day. You know that scene in Tommy Boy where he bends the door back on the car and he's like, "What'd you do, Richard?" Amanda was out there on it. It's like, "Rrr, rrr, rrr, rrr." And I was like, "What'd you do?"
You broke my treadmill, man.
So we're gonna have a treadmill person come out.
The treadmill doctor?
I thought that I saw. That's a guy, isn't it?
I think it is.
I
yeah.
thought I saw that. He hasn't. I called Nordic Track.
There's a guy upstairs at Hollis's Legal Solutions upstairs that does that.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. I'm sure they're contracted. You know, Nordic Track has people that they contract.
Oh,
out
maybe
through.
so. I don't know.
And so we went through Nordic Track.
Okay.
The motors on those things have a lifetime warranty. Wow.
Really?
Yep. And they're made for up to 350 pounds. So it wasn't necessarily my
Did they ask you how much you weigh?
fat ass.
It was
Do
probably...
they say, when you call and say, I broke my treadmill, they go, how much do you weigh? So,
That's a personal question.
That's a violation
well,
of your
it's not a
warranty.
personal question because we're rated to 350 pounds, and if you weigh more than
Yeah.
that,
It's rated 350 pounds, but it's not rated for 100 miles at a 6-minute mile, which I'm sure is
It's
what
I was doing.
What you were doing.
Yeah, I was just
So,
going too fast.
Too
Didn't have
fast
anything
for
to do
it.
with my size. It's just my endurance and stamina and speed.
Exactly.
when a man like you gets going at 6-minute miles on a treadmill,
It's a lot.
it's a wear and tear.
A lot of pressure.
It's almost like, have you seen the video where the guy at the marathon, when they had the treadmill running at the marathon pace of the
They
world
did that
record?
at the
Oh,
the
yeah.
Chicago
and
Marathon.
people just jump on it and they fly. That's what it's like with your if I tried to jump on your treadmill.
The problem was really what happened was it was your playlist. It was the world's greatest aid station. I got carried away. Yeah. Y'all know how
start dancing.
How quick I am, and it's more sudden than anything else. It's more like just an athletic burst, and I hit that burst, and the buttons couldn't keep up with me. So Nordic Track is going to have to fix it.
Wow. Okay, lifetime warranty. That's awesome.
Yep.
This show is brought to you by Nordic Track.
Sorry about your treadmill, boo.
It's all right.
I didn't mean to do it.
Did we talk about the half Ironman last week?
No, we did not.
Memphis got a half. Oh, wait a minute. We talked about how Mr. Negative Nancy over there was sure that Memphis would never get.
What are they going to do? Put it in Shelby Farms?
No.
Yeah, right.
Technically, I'm right.
Exactly what they did.
Technically, I'm right.
Yeah, technically he's right, and that's what I was going to say because he's taking over the Dream Crusher role.
over there.
Yeah,
it's not a full Ironman.
Because it's not a full Ironman.
Right.
It's only a half Ironman.
Right. They would never give Memphis a full Ironman. They'll give us
Which is not what he said. He said an Ironman would never come to Memphis and they would never do it at Shelby Farms, but we'll split hairs for him and we'll say that he was right. He meant a full Ironman.
Thank you.
But I'm super excited about it, man.
You gonna do it?
I'm going to do it. And I may die in the process of training, but me, Dawn, Teresa, and several other NME members, North Mississippi Endurance, are already registered, and we are doing it. Like, it's going to be a thing, and we're going to have a presence out there, and we'll see. I'm excited to. This might be the thing that I needed to get motivated to get my ass back in gear and get out and actually start doing some stuff. We'll see. I ran a 5K on Sunday. So that's like day one of training.
When is day two?
Not today.
Not today. What day is the Ironman?
Well, let's see. St. Jude is in 2 weeks. And then Houston Marathon is like 6 weeks after that.
You're going to run the whole marathon?
At St. Jude, I'm doing the half.
Okay.
And then I'm doing Houston full. And then I've got other races, and I got to find a couple of apparently triathlons to go do, like sprint or Olympic distance triathlons to do in the meantime. So 2020 is going to be a crazy year.
You've done a half Ironman. How long did it take you to do the swim?
The time cap for a half Ironman swim is 1 hour and 20 minutes. Last time I looked at it, and I'm assuming it hasn't changed, and it took me 1 hour and 25 minutes or 22 or 25, whatever, but I time capped on the swim.
How exhausting is that? I mean, how fast were you moved? Are you a strong swimmer, I guess is the question.
I'm not a strong swimmer, but my fear took more out of me than I was not physically exhausted when I got out of the water. It was fear that kept me from going any faster than I did. I am not a great pool swimmer. I had a fear of open water swimming. We got there to the race. The water was 38 degrees. And there was like a 15 or 20 mile an hour wind. This was in Austin, Texas, and it was causing whitecaps on the water.
Oh, man.
And so as I'm swimming, and I only know how to turn my head one way because I'm a terrible swimmer. So as I'm turning to breathe in, water slapping me in the face, and like I choked, like within 100 yards, I choked 3 times on water.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, seriously.
The 38 degrees sounds bad enough.
Right. Yeah.
But
let's sign up for another one.
But they've got these awesome like buoys out there, and the thing is you're allowed to hold on to whatever. You're just not allowed to make forward progress while you're holding on to a thing. So every 100 yards there's a buoy, and I mean a giant like inflatable raft type buoy out there, and
like a come hold me buoy, like a lot of people.
I swam so I would swim from one to the next one, and I'd rest for like 5 minutes, and then I'd swim to the next one, and I'd rest for 5 minutes.
That's what I did at my triathlon.
And that's why I time capped. If I hadn't had that, I don't know that I would have finished, honestly, but. I probably would have finished faster if I had finished because I didn't have the crutch of being able to hold on to those buoys.
So did you complete your triathlon after you got out of the water?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
before
yeah.
you- okay.
Oh, yeah. No. Like, that was the thing. Like, I got out of the water, like, hour and 25 minutes, and I'm waiting for somebody to be like, no, sir, you can't continue on. I'm like, God damn it, they're going to let me get on the bike. Like, I want somebody to pull me from this race right now. And then, so the bike is a 56-mile bike ride. At mile 45, I went over the handlebars and face planted.
What?
And then
Would you hit a rock or something?
I went to grab my water bottle, and I was already riding the edge of the road, and the side of the road was gravel shoulder, and so I hit that, and my tire just went down into the gravel, and I flipped over it. And so I sat there for a couple of minutes, and a couple of people stopped and checked on me, and I'm like, no, I'm fine. And so I'm looking at my bike, and my bike isn't torn up, and nothing's flat. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to ride to the next aid station, and I'll quit there. But then, of course, that was like 5 miles away. And so I was like, well, fuck it. I'm just going to finish that. I'm going to finish the ride. And then, of course, then I pull into the thing and I transition to the run. And it's like a half marathon run. And I'm walking and I'm like, oh, God, I just need to finish this. And so I didn't do it fast, but I finished the whole thing.
That's great.
So I did 70.3, but I time capped.
Do you have a tattoo of it?
Because I time capped, I was not considered a finisher, and I did not get my tattoo.
I'm going to get an Ironman tattoo because they're coming to Memphis.
And they'll be like, did you do an Ironman? Like, no, but I live in Memphis.
I live in Memphis. I'm just supporting you guys. That's it. Did anybody? Do people flip over on their back and like just float out there for a while? But I guess if you have a buoy to grab onto, you might as well just.
Well, and
do
there's
that.
also boats out there like that. You like it. And there's.
Well, I tried to swim 600 meters one time, and they told me I couldn't touch the boat or they'd disqualify me. And so I had to float on my back.
USA Triathlon Association, or whatever it's called, does not say that is the rule. The rule is you cannot make forward progress while holding on to something. So you can't be holding on to a float or buoy or a boat or anything like that, but you are allowed to hold on to something.
It took me an hour and 25 minutes to swim 600 meters. And this guy like motored past me. Just shoots out of the water like a rocket.
He can swim really well.
And I'm like floating on the back going, oh, help me somebody. Give me that oar.
You should get a relay team together.
I know, that's what I'm asking. Melissa's she's putting the screws to Amanda and I about.
Yeah, so you do the swimming.
Doing the relay.
One of you guys can
I'll
do the bike. One you can do the running. That'd be awesome.
I think I'm going to have to probably start biking anyway. I think I've jacked my rotator cuff, so.
Oofa.
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to be able to do St. Jude. I don't know. I'll go to the doctor Tuesday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, you've just been.
Yeah, I get well and for 1 week, and then I'm down again. I went and talked to physical therapy today at the hospital. I went and told them what was wrong. They're like, ugh. I was like, that's not what I wanted to hear. They're like, ugh. So, anywho.
Hey, we have a guest.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We should
I'm just
probably
sitting
get
here.
on to that.
I'm enjoying myself right now. I was like, hey, I don't have to say anything. I just get to sit here and look pretty.
Well, everybody knows you. Most people know Peter Mellen. Peter is taking on the Stanky Creek,
Formerly known as.
Stanky Creek, and turning it into the Fortitude 50K.
And now I have a fresh new hat
Yeah.
Fresh
that
hats.
tells you all about it.
He did not bring me one because he knows that I don't wear hats.
Yeah, you don't look good in a hat.
Which,
And
he didn't want me
you know
wearing
what
a
else?
hat.
He probably won't give you a medal when you finish the race. Because he knows you're going to throw it in the garbage.
You know what? I'm like Ryan Williams. I don't have time caps, so he can finish, in 12 hours.
He's going to
I'll
make
wait for him.
special stipulations for all of us.
Yeah.
You know, he brought Vaughn a hat.
I call it
He's
the
gonna-
Wilson roll.
He's going to go down and grind down every stump on the
Yeah,
trail
exactly.
so that Amanda will run it.
I said I was
he's
going to put a red carpet down for her, just that way, so she can feel like a.
Like, I had never met him before, and he came to my aid station and started talking about, like, if I give you a discount, we're on my race. Like, then I finally realized who he was.
While
Like,
he's
hey.
running the race.
Yeah, while he's running the race. He's trying to get me to run his race.
We should do a red carpet at the race and have like a lift heavy run long background and like people come through and take pictures.
Yeah.
When they go through and like
Formal pictures like prom.
the paparazzi is there.
Your trail wife and take a picture with them.
By the way, I saw some ultra runners at the 24-hour race that regularly do 100-milers, and I totally feel inadequate in my equipment level that I'm at for the ultras that I've run. Like, these people roll deep and with a ton of equipment, like tents, and like their pop-up tent has an actual real tent inside it. That they, and like the thing like screws into not screws into the ground, but like you stake it down to the ground and all this other stuff. Like, we survived in one of those tents because it was so cold during the sober run. But
you need to buy one of those for us.
Well, when I first saw y'all like lined up at Stanky Creek one year, I was like, oh, those guys are the real deal. I don't know if I can mess with that.
So how did you find Lift Heavy Run?
Actually, it was the Stanky Creek like 2 years ago, right after my daughter was diagnosed with leukemia. I ended up going out there thinking I was going to try to run 2 months later and realized that, that was not going to happen. But then I just saw y'all there, and then you made your post about Swanking Tall last year. And when you said you ran into this random guy on this trail, and he was talking about his daughter and his motivation to run, and April Flanagan ended up forwarding the message over to me, and that's how I ended up really getting connected to the LHRL website. And then I responded to you a couple of times back then, and then you and I have just kind of kept in touch every once in a while throughout the year.
Man, I love that.
Yeah,
I can't tell you how much I love that.
It's just crazy because, I really didn't know any of y'all before that. I knew Vaughn briefly through mutual friends, but other than that, I didn't really know anybody that was in this community until really the last few months.
Did that help you on your journey to bring about more community?
Well, that's exactly what I did. When a large part happened, in July, and I'll go into this. My daughter was diagnosed with leukemia in July of last year.
How old is your daughter?
She's 4. She just actually turned 4 about 5 days ago. So she's in a really good place in her treatment right now. But as far as how this all started was, that kind of kick-started my motivation to help St. Jude, as they've done so much for her so far. And I was already a St. Jude hero years before she was ever diagnosed, but I wanted to kind of do something more. So I was kind of just brainstorming as far as what I could do. And then I started thinking about the community that I'm getting into with trail running and everything like that. And everybody was so positive about what I was going through because they knew that, I didn't finish a race here. I have 2 DNFs on my, ultra sign up, which I don't care because I know what they meant and why I didn't finish. But I really wanted to get into something that was going to give back to the community, but also have a purpose. And so that's when I made up, the Fortitude Trail Race was because I wanted to do something. And so I met with Mike Samuelson and just wanted to brainstorm with him about where I could go ahead and do a race. And that's when he kind of came to me and he was like, well, guess what? I'm not doing Stanky Creek anymore. So if you're interested, you can take that over. And I jumped at the chance. So I wasn't planning on doing a race until 2021. But I didn't want to waste any time. I wanted to kind of just jump right into it. So it kind of freaked me out at first. But it was just exciting because now I can do something that's going to, help St. Jude, but also be, in the wheelhouse that I like with trail running. So. And
you said that St. Jude gave you their
blessing.
Their blessing to use them as a.
Yeah, they've provided me so far with just, the logo for fundraising, but, they're very particular of what's out there for them. So they made sure that my website had the proper signage on it, verbiage on it. Everything had to be according to their specs, but everything else has been kind of just, open arms, do what you need to do. We support you and, we'll help you any way that we can. So that, they're going to help me out with some signage and some swag that's going to go with the race. So
that's awesome.
Cool. That's awesome. And so what's the format of this race? We're looking at 50K and 25K.
Mike was, very broad as far as his, distances that he had for his races. So I wanted to kind of narrow it down. Our community is, 50K, 25K kind of realm. That race has already been run out there before, as far as those distances. So I know the mileage is possible. The time of year makes the weather kind of iffy for, whether it's going to be tolerable heat-wise or not.
Yeah,
But-
whether it's hot as fuck or just kind of hot.
Exactly.
Yeah, it'll be
Either way.
between
That's
like
kinda my
40
thing, is
and
like-
110.
People will show up either way, I promise.
No, I agree, and it's just one of those things where I wanted to kind of pick two distances that I know are comfortable for different people in different places in their training, because you're doing the Ironman, you may want to throw in a 25K in the middle of that to kind of work with your training. It doesn't become too much, but it's also not like later in the in the month of October where some other races are focused on that, and a lot of support goes to those other races, which I didn't want to step on anybody's toes. So, I even talked to Brian and just let him, Brian Williams does the walking tall. So I wanted to make sure he was, aware of my timing and make sure we didn't, step on each other out of respect for race directing. So I just wanted to pick a good window of time, and I pushed it back a week.
What is the date?
September 19th of 2020 will be the first race. And it'll be that weekend, following, each year that it's on. Ultimately, as far as that goes, it's just I wanted to pick a time in September because it's Childhood Cancer Awareness Month still.
Oh, nice.
So it goes with the whole St. Jude theme that I was going with. So I wanted to stick with that.
You said you had a goal of fundraising for St. Jude.
Yes. This won't be the case in every year, but my goal for 2021 of April is my daughter's no chemo date. So ultimately, my first idea was to create an opportunity to fundraise for it because I'm going to be a St. Jude hero for the Nashville 2020 race or 2021 race. And I'm going to use my race as kind of a platform for fundraising for that event because my goal is to ultimately raise $100,000 from April of 2020 to April of 2021.
All right.
So,
Wow.
Team Livy, which is the team that we've created for events like this, is to just bring awareness, but also to bring community together. Last year, when she was first diagnosed, we only had 8 people on the team. This year, we have 32. So,
Oh, wow, that's great.
We've really spread the word, and a lot of people have kind of jumped on. So, fellow trail runners, fellow runners in general. So,
Fantastic.
Well, let me ask you this, an important question.
okay.
Are we going to run the blue loop first?
No.
And then, and also, which way are we going to go? Clockwise or?
Well, a little course secret I'm trying to work on is I'm going to be doing 2 different alternatives. I'm going to be doing a different course. Ultimately, that's my goal, is to try to come up with some sort of difference in what was always ran before, so everybody kind of gets used to one way, and that can kind of discourage other people from wanting to jump back into it. But I am planning on.
Amanda's discouraged. Whatever you can do.
But I figured if I could get the blue loop to go backwards, Amanda might want to go downhill instead of uphill.
that works.
So
that works.
So that's where I'm kind of leaning towards doing one loop, possibly backwards as an option.
Does that make the roots go in a little bit deeper?
It does. It's
Yeah,
different.
They go down.
It's a
you
different side of
you
root.
hardly even notice the roots if you go that way.
Roots are only
Y'all are
forward
terrible.
facing or
even-
back facing. The way they all
Worst
grow.
liars ever.
Sometimes I don't even realize there's trees. And it's all downhill.
So you're talking about going soft side.
all down
I'm
here
soft
from there.
side.
Yeah.
roots.
Yeah, I'm going to go the mountain bike route basically on that side in the first loop, and it's going to be your typical 7-mile loop that I'm trying to focus on. So it may be 28, 29 miles. It won't be exactly 31. I'm going to try to get as close as I can.
Don't
But-
get too close. I like it when it's about 4 or 5 miles short.
Well, it's not like Fort Pillow that's like, oh, you're only going to run 9 miles. No, you're going to run 15.
I like that.
But as far as my other option that I'm thinking of for the heat purposes, because a lot of people, including myself last year, was suffering pretty bad after the loop 3. So I'm thinking of doing a much smaller loop in the event that the heat is in the heat index, risk level. So I want to kind of provide people with an alternative if that is the worst case scenario, that the heat is just unbearable and we can't run it. I'll make a change a few days in advance when I know the weather's going to be that issue. But I'll already have the course mapped out and thought out. So it won't be just to throw together a 4-mile loop and be done. It's going to be something that's going to be a little shorter of a distance so people make it easier and they don't get
just
discouraged too
so
quick.
that they can come back through the aid
A little bit
station
more-
and the parking lot
more
more
efficiently,
often. Yeah,
right. It's
so
not-
the
not
distance won't
ideal.
change. It's just
Right.
okay. I'm with
It's
you.
still going to be the same distance. It's just going to be a little bit more friendly for you to be able to get your loops through. I don't like doing a lot of loops, But in that case, for heat reasons, I'd much rather make safety first. So
You a pretty organized person?
I'm pretty organized. I like to say I'm overly organized because
yeah.
I've already started hitting up for the race, and it's not until next September.
Well, you said you've already got sponsors, which is pretty good.
That's one thing I wanted to kind of start hitting on was sponsorships and support. And so, LHRL, I came to you and I was like, for you guys putting me on the show and, putting my word out, I want to go ahead and put you guys as sponsors, as supporters. So that's kind of where I wanted to kind of start.
Which is very much appreciated, by the way. It's totally cool. Because we sure as shit don't have any money.
Well, I don't even think I even asked you for money.
No, you didn't.
No, I was just good. I know you're broke, so I was just like, I'm just going to go with that. And, hey, do you want me to go ahead and put your name up there
Does
just
your
for
broke
support?
ass have a logo?
I said, can you afford a logo?
Can you afford the email to send me a logo? If so.
I think your server's down because you
Cut
didn't
my
pay your bill.
internet off.
But no, it was just my way of. I've done it with a couple of places. I just really wanted to get more support, more word out. So by doing events like this, and I was on the news this morning, and it's for St. Jude. Like a large part of what I do, for the word is just putting out there that the race is for St. Jude, and that's really all it's about. I'm not even, I'm not here to make money on it. I'm not here to do anything for my own personal gain. I'm just trying to spread the word and awareness of St. Jude and get everything out there.
Didn't you say your daughter was she part of the announcement for the half Ironman? Because
She was.
Because St. Jude is the title sponsor for the Memphis race.
Yes. She, ironically, and I had no clue that they were going to be using her. She's been in a couple of ads, as some of you may know, throughout Facebook, YouTube, just regular commercials on TV. But she was actually thrown into the very end of the announcement for the Ironman that's coming to Memphis. So
cool.
It was, something I posted pretty quickly on Facebook, just because I was pretty proud that they picked her of all the people that they could use as ads.
Really?
Yeah.
And,
Is she? I've never met Olivia. Is she highly charismatic?
the funny thing is, her personality's drastically changed over the last year.
Yeah.
When she first started doing this whole marketing thing for St. Jude, she was very involved, and now she's got the personality where she kind of shuts down, gets shy a little bit. But when she warms up to you, she really comes out of her shell, and she's always just crazy-go-lucky. So she's just, you wouldn't even know that she's got leukemia or had leukemia or whatever you want to refer to it. She's in remission, so we call it. She's still going through treatment. She's still got a long road, about 80 more weeks, but she's still acts just like a great 4-year-old. So
I can only imagine the grind that must take on you as a parent to have to worry about that all the time.
I mean, we make it work. It has its moments. She goes through tough spells as a child. A 4-year-old child enough is one thing to deal with, but to be on top of that, to be a cancer patient, she's goes through a whole different set of problems. And she's got a twin brother, and he understands a little bit about what she's going through and how she's handling things. So he's very gentle with her when she needs to be, treated with kid gloves a little bit. But he's a 4-year-old boy, so he's just all over the place and loves life, and he doesn't meet a stranger. So he would literally be running circles around this room right now if he was here, which I'm glad he's not.
Because I'd be yelling at him about hitting the
too many
wires.
breakables.
Slow down.
He's just a good kid, but Olivia definitely has her focus. She's a reader, she's a analyzer. She wants to be a nurse one day, so she's definitely very methodical with her thought process, where Owen just doesn't have a care in the world.
Yeah.
Much like me.
Now, is she at home or is she in the hospital?
No, she's at home. Okay. She's been home for the most part for the last year. She's had her moments where she's had to go in for fevers and stuff like that, but other than that, she's been healthy enough to stay home, and just goes from Germantown to downtown like she did today. She was down there for normal treatment, and then she went home. So,
thank God for St. Jude.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, on so many levels.
How does that work? Now, do you just take your daughter to St. Jude, and at the very beginning, like?
Well, at the very beginning, I'll give a very brief background. We were on a family trip in July, and she acted sick and started acting a little off. But it wasn't until our drive home that she really showed any sort of real sign of issue. She slept 14 of the 16-hour drive home from Florida. So that was our only red flag that we really had, that she was sick that entire trip. that way. She showed a small grade fever, throughout the course of the trip, but nothing that we were really old to alarm with. We gave her some ibuprofen or, Tylenol, knocked it out, and she was fine. But then she started having more issues once we got back. And we took her to the doctors. We got back on a Saturday. We took her to urgent care on Sunday, and they just said it was viral. And so then they just symptomatically treated her, and they couldn't run blood work. So we kept her home, and she went to daycare like normal. And then she started having a few crashing, like she'd get really tired and just pass out, like pretty much fall asleep. And that's when we were like, no, this isn't right. So fast forward a week, she had another episode at daycare that Monday morning, and we just said, no, enough is enough. We're going to take her to a recheck. And they checked her and said her blood was, that way, not looking good. And so we went to Le Bonheur. Le Bonheur said, you're going to St. Jude. And, within 12 hours, we were in St. Jude.
And so you just go to St. Jude, and it's like you just they take care of everything?
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. That's why fundraising is so important. And I do want to hit on this. Fundraising for St. Jude is so important because we don't pay a dime. We also don't have to worry about food while we're there because they give us meal cards. They do everything they can possibly do to make your lives feel so much less stressful.
Unbelievable.
It's amazing.
Like I literally show up on a normal day, let's say, and I go through the process of checking her in and everything else. And the second thing we do is get meal cards. The meal cards are filled up for the day. If it's a long day for her, we have a full card, which is $36 a day. And their food is obviously discounted, so it's not like made for profit where $8 gets you a hamburger. It's like $2 gets you a hamburger. So you can eat well for the whole family. And her food, when she's inpatient, is free. She doesn't have to pay anything. We don't have to pay anything. They give us a meal card anyway for the parents while we're there.
They allow you to focus on taking care of her and just being there for her and not have to worry about anything else. They take the rest of the stress away.
Yeah, I mean, we don't see a single bill.
And you don't sign. You're not sign. There's no catch. There's no back end to this.
I mean, our first bill period was the first 6 months that she was treated was $250,000, and we didn't see a single dime of any.
And do they
request.
just send that to you to let you know what it is, or?
Well, my insurance company at the time sends out a bill of whatever they what's that called?
EOB.
Yeah, EOB. And they basically had a breakdown of what they were requested to pay and what they actually paid. Because they still go.
So they still file insurance and try and get a little bit.
If you have it.
Yeah, that's great. No, but they don't turn you away because you don't have insurance. No. So, but no, I mean, if you've got the insurance, then why not recover?
Yeah,
that?
so they recover what they can, which is generally nothing in comparison, because a lot of insurance companies won't cover the medicines that they use. So they're just
because there's a lot of experimental stuff going on.
A lot of their research medicines and treatments are, very, not covered by insurance, basically. So they do everything they can to get what they can, but normally it's for the antibiotics and things like that are just typical.
This has been probably 20 years ago, so take it at face value. But at one point in time, I remember reading a statistic that the average St. Jude donation was $20. So that's how much St. Jude relies on the people, like the day-to-day people. I'd be curious to know what the average donation is now.
I know that just on myself alone, I can vouch for that. I was like, before I did St. Jude, before my daughter was diagnosed, I was raising $600 like most bronze fundraisers or heroes. And the year that she was diagnosed, I was signed up for that. And so the moment she was diagnosed, I pretty much changed my mindset and I went, all out. And so I ended up raising $8,500 last year.
Wow.
By myself. And the team in total, I think, raised just over 10. This year, our goal was 15,000, and we're already at 17,000 as a team.
Wow.
And I've raised about 9,500. So
it changes the story when it's personally affecting you, and it increases your ability to convince other people to.
And it's not even that.
I
a lot of my money that I've gotten come in is from events. I did a softball game with another patient family, and he raised money for his daughter's fundraising. But I worked with him, so he ended up helping me out through that. My job actually gave me all of our profits for the month of July.
Oh, wow.
As a fundraising donation.
Whoa.
Well, that's
So,
a pretty big deal.
Golly.
So I mean, they've been amazing as far
That's
as
Memphis Fence Company?
Yeah. They've been amazing, and they've done a really good job as far as being understanding of what I'm going through, because they've never themselves experienced anybody hands-on being with St. Jude. And it does require a little bit of, some understanding for appointments and things like that. So, but they've been very supportive, and, like I said, they help that. So that's how I don't, like to do the whole, hey, would you donate it, $10 and everything. I'm grateful for whatever anybody can, donate. But, I think it was Stacy Thomas. She's been posting a lot of things on there, and I, even though I'm doing the same thing as she's doing, I'm wanting to donate to other families, patient families, because her daughter was also a patient, and I wanted to kind of pay it forward that way. So I'm not just in it for me, and not just in it for my own gain as far as fundraising goes. I want to spread the wealth, spread the wealth.
You're not trying to win a prize.
No.
Yeah, you're just trying to help St. Jude.
I mean, I've been blessed so much with everything that, has been given to us through St. Jude. I want to help any way that I can and do it that way. So
That's amazing.
That is amazing. You recently got into a car accident. And did you buy a Hyundai Accent?
No.
You should have. Did you see my Hyundai Accent?
No, I did see one outside.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was yours on purpose.
Does it have Bluetooth?
No, it doesn't have that.
Bluetooth.
It's Bluetooth.
But it does have it's got, when you click the lock, the horn honks.
Oh,
And I was doing it
that
over the
bonus?
shoulder, and Amanda was like, "Stop!"
Did you
doing
pay
that."
extra for that?
It has power windows. Man.
Power windows?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's got all the bells and whistles. It's got a horn that honks.
It's got all the basics.
It just doesn't have Bluetooth.
It doesn't have Bluetooth.
Oh, it's a deal breaker.
Yeah, but well, it's just got power. It's built for
Is that
power.
what you tell the
not
cops when they
Bluetooth.
pull you over for not doing
They can't
hands-free?
catch me.
It goes fast.
The cops can't catch me.
Is it an 8-cylinder?
Say,
It's
sorry,
a
sir, I
four-banger,
got a Hyundai.
but it's a very compact and powerful four-banger. You ought to hear it purr. I'm really excited about it. You should try to flip it over when you're out there, just to see if you can. I think that one person,
He probably does tire flips that way.
two people could probably flip it over.
I don't want to do that.
I keep yelling at Grayson for
We'll
slamming.
be right back.
Grayson, when he gets out of the door for school,
Let's do a satellite it.
he slams the
outside.
door. And I'm like, quit slamming the door. And he's like, it's so light. I'm like, it's not made of anything. What kind of car did you get?
Nissan Xterra.
Yeah, those aren't
Just
as fast as a Hyundai Accent.
No, but I can run over your car.
You can do that.
Yours is like a little
But
Hot
don't
Wheel.
do that. Because I'm already in like the mercy position. Like, you don't mess with somebody in a Hyundai Accent.
Well,
you know
I
that they're
just
already
brought a private
down on the
owned vehicle, and I'm a little nervous already. Like, I'm like, oh, were you legit?
Yeah.
It's like, I'm trying to get my daughter, to be able to get to appointments and stuff in this thing. I was like, please don't be, a lemon.
The car buying process is terrible.
Oh, it's terrifying.
Horrible.
It was,
Did you go to so you went to an individual's house and said, I'm going to buy
I
this
was
from
going
you.
to do the whole dealership route, and I had a great car, but I was like, why pay $2,000 more when it's probably going to give me the same problems this car is going to give me? Because it's a stupid car. I swear I would walk everywhere if I could.
We bought ours from Carvana.
Yeah, how was
The last
that?
two, we love it.
Really?
We love it.
What's the lure of Carvana? Besides them just bringing it to your house, not having to deal with
I mean,
salesmen? Is that it?
you're paying Blue Book.
Yeah.
So it's what it's supposed to be selling for. You're not paying anything over and above. They don't have to deal with the salesperson. You just sign all the paperwork. I mean, I did the same thing with CarMax, basically.
Yeah. And you've got 100 days, and you can just give it back.
Oh, wow.
So if something happens to it, 100
Okay.
days,
100 days is good.
you're
I'm going to order a Carvana car, and then we're going across country. I'll be back in 99 days.
With an extra 100,000 miles.
Exactly.
But I don't know. They come, they bring the tow truck to your house, drop off your new car, pick up your old car, and away you go.
They're building a Carvana
They've already built
tower at Wolf Chase.
And it's already built. There's
Yeah.
cars in it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh,
It
wow.
looks like
that.
it looks
I
like
like
a car
that.
vending machine.
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
It is what it is.
It's like a candy machine. You just push a button and it comes out.
Thanks to the support of Carvana for supporting the LHR.
You're going to get a phone call. This is Carvana.
No, we're not.
Nobody's
ever going
to
to call.
Like, they'll be like, stop using our name.
At least they haven't the last 170 times we've sat here.
I've been listening to all those Wondery podcasts, and man, they have commercials every 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, it's annoying. But I like the skip button. The 30 seconds.
Yeah. I was just hitting that skip.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm on like the third show. I've already listened to 3 or 4.
Yeah, they're easy
shows.
to binge listen for sure.
You got me on the Darknet Diaries. So I've been
Have you been
reading
listening
about
to it?
hackers and stuff. It's pretty good stuff.
I've already listened to all those. I'm waiting for new ones now.
Amanda listens to this Man in the Window thing.
I finished that one.
You
already.
did? Did that scare you?
He wouldn't listen to it.
It wasn't that
scared him.
scary. It didn't scare me.
She was just telling me about it, and I was sitting there thinking, like, I need to tell her to stop. I'm scared. But I don't want to be rude. She's telling the story.
What's weird about that is it's the Golden Gate Killer, right? And this man basically like rapes and kills all these women. But I feel like today he's like 70 years old, right? And they've arrested him now because they figured out who it was. But that kind of stuff doesn't happen today. Like you couldn't just go around and rape and kill everyone in your neighborhood and nobody knows who did it. Like, people have cameras on their front porches. There's so much.
Yeah, it'd be harder.
Like,
But
it's
somebody
like
can
this
come
guy.
and kill one person, and that's all I am. So she's telling me this. I had to take Pedro's paycheck that night, and it was dark
that
outside.
was so funny. He came in there. He's like,
Will you go with me?
Did you carry your gun with you?
I'm afraid to go to my car by myself.
Shoot yourself in the foot?
Somebody's going to attack me. I drive a Hyundai Accent.
I was going to say that, but you beat me to it.
He like accidentally shot the tires out of his car.
With a BB gun?
Oh man!
Oh, good times.
yeah, they got the Golden State Killer. He's in jail right now.
He
He's
is
like
in jail.
in a wheelchair.
You know, it's funny, Vaughn, you say, like, that kind of stuff couldn't happen today because of, like, everybody's got, like, doorbell cameras and outdoor cameras and all that
Right.
kind of stuff. I feel like somewhere out there, there's somebody that's, like, challenge accepted. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
maybe
and,
so.
like, somebody's crazy
Yeah.
enough to try and figure out, like, and they'll plan it for, like, 5 or 6 years
Yeah.
to figure out
For
how
one
they
kill.
could go about. What's that?
For just one kill.
Not even just one kill, like fully out planning out like all the ways.
Yeah, I'm just
I don't
saying,
know.
like in
It
the
just-
70s, it's like this guy's going around, murders the people in one house, and then goes 2 doors down and murders that family too.
in the 70s,
And
we were allowed to get on our bikes as
they're like,
kids and
I don't
ride, 40 miles away, and our parents were like, "Be back before dark."
We just don't know who.
You know,
we don't
like-
know who did it.
I used to play in, like, drain pipes, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh, this isn't bad. You
Yeah.
know? And nobody checked my candy when I was at Halloween. I was like, now you got to worry about, somebody putting Xanax in your Halloween bag. It's like, come on
wish.
now. I'm sorry, that was
Grayson,
your,
I need to check all
was
your
that your
candy
Halloween bag?
just
I'd
in
go
case.
trick or treating.
Give me all the sketchy candy you got.
Start putting some drugs.
I think they put it in there for the parents, really. Sorry, wrong.
I don't like that scary stuff, man. If I were to, regardless of somebody's raping or killing, even if somebody's if I open my blinds and there's somebody standing outside, we're selling their house and we're moving somewhere else.
Well, there was one night I was in one of my older houses, and I swore I saw somebody's shadow in my back of my porch. And I
No.
looked out the porch, and I was like, "Oh, there's feet print on my
Oh man!
on my porch." And it was like wood stain that was already there from like the person that did the porch. So it was like their feet print, but I thought it was somebody that was out there. I didn't sleep for like an hour.
That
I
stuff
was
gives
just
me
so
the total
wired.
creeps.
That's the thing. Like, I really enjoy a TV show or a movie that makes me feel emotions, like love, laughter, sadness, that kind of thing. I cannot stand being afraid. I don't enjoy,
I do not either.
That-
I don't
feeling.
either. I don't like scary movies or anything like that.
like, a movie that makes me cry or whatever, like, totally okay with, not even joking, like, totally okay with that. Movie that makes me laugh, makes me happy, whatever. I enjoy those type. Like, a movie that scares the crap out of me, I'm just like, no. That's like, it's no.
Not even a little bit.
And I've even had to start drawing the line at, like, taking horror pictures out of the conversation, like even some suspense films. Like, think of something like,
Stranger Things was about my max.
I can't even do Stranger Things.
I can't either.
oh, see, Stranger Things I didn't think that was bad.
It's
We
the,
started the
it's the
first one, I'm
realistic
like,
scary
nope.
stuff that gets me. Like the Freddy Kruegers and all that, I'm not too worried about. It's the stuff that it can
Y'all,
really happen
Black
to me.
Mirror.
That
I
freaks
can't
me
handle
Black
Black
Mirror
Mirror.
Oh,
can be.
Like they're too
Black
close
Mirror,
to real.
yeah. Yeah,
I can only, we got to where I was like, I just can't watch them anymore. I can't
That
do
is
it.
scary.
I'm trying to think of, what's the,
What about Saw? I like Saw.
No, see, I won't. I won't.
I like Saw.
Those are two, but like the movie Seven with Brad Pitt.
Yes.
Like that is not horror movie, but it's so suspenseful, that it's like no.
Like
Yeah,
Bone Collector.
I don't need that
Bone
in my
Collector
life.
with
I don't need any of
Angelina
that.
Jolie
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Denzel Washington.
Exactly.
Yeah, that
I've not
freaked me
seen
out.
that.
I told Amanda if it's confrontation, I don't want to say fearless, but if it's a problem and there's going to be, we have to resolve this physically, there's going to be a fight, then that doesn't concern me. That doesn't scare me in the least. If it's someone standing somewhere that they're not supposed to be and staring at me, then I'm totally out. Like, even if it was just some kid or something, if he's standing out there in like a mask or something, then I'm out. You win, I'm leaving. That kind of stuff just scares the hell out of me. Not knowing what's around the corner. Good.
As long
Like
as you're not
dolls.
leaving
That
any
was a
stuff
good. That was a good evil laugh. By the
Sometimes
way.
Charlie.
That was a good evil
Sometimes
laugh.
Charlie will take his toys and he'll set them in an odd way, and you open the door and like the rabbit is on his hind leg, and it's like, like I got it, and then I'll start thinking about how I'm going to get to the back door.
Nice.
I don't like any of that. Well, anybody got anything else? We're about out of time.
We are out of time.
Peter, thank you very much for
Yes,
coming on the
sir.
show.
Thank you so much for
Thank
having
you.
me.
Thank you so much for making community a priority. I think it's a
Absolutely.
good thing what you're doing. I'm glad that you came to our tent when you said these guys have it going on. I'm glad that we put out the vibe that like it was welcoming and not intimidating.
Oh, it was intimidating as crap.
It was.
Oh yeah.
Because we roll deep.
Yeah, you roll deep. Like, I seriously was like, can I be a part of you guys? But no, I'm grateful for, like I said, I was just excited to be here today, and you guys are a really good group of people, and I'm looking forward to, group runs and things like that we go.
Sounds great.
So
It's awesome.
Lift Heavy Run Long, number 170
in the books.
Wow.
Thanks for listening.